Cheers all. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and hello and welcome to the Bobber Plays what is to be our Baltic Crusader speedrun attempt. Namely, starting as TO or LO, Teutonic Order or Livonian Order, own the Russian region and convert it to Catholic. Okay. We've made some improvements to our game plan since last time, and we're ready to execute in 3, 2, 1. Cook. Get rid of you. Head up to force limit. Assign you to that. Turn off our forts. Hand out all these. Happy and yoink, which lets us hand out all 3. Happy and happy. Here we get the happy. Here we get the everyone is happy and manpower. All of those suck. We'll take that one. Then we're good. We start sucking up to Dane, because Dane we intend to use to beat up Livonia. Or more accurately, we intend to use them to beat up Livonia to make Livonia under 100%. And then we suck up to Austria because we want to join the HRE because that stops Poland from wanting to eat us. That's the you're going to have your disaster if you don't do certain things, but we're going to game our way around the disaster by, when we vassalize Livonia, we're going to give them Danzig. And as long as you do not control Danzig, or the tag of Danzig does not control Danzig, the event for spawning Danzig and them rebelling and Poland smushing you can't happen. I am willing to hate you. I don't really want to hate them, but I guess it's okay. And eventually we will hate LO, but only just before we attack them. In our ideal universe, this would hate Muscovy and probably only Muscovy. Who hates you? You hate me, which is unfortunate. I can probably get these two. No, I leave that spot open for Livonia. I'll set you as a rival after. He's willing to give me that friendship. Yes, please. Then we're allowed to work on this, but only once we've given him access. I have stupidly forgot that we were meant to change this to this mode because it makes Austria love us 50% quicker. Generate our claim on you. He says he wants these. I say I want you to only want this bit. In fact, if I could limit you to just those, that would be best. So not this year, but the end of next year, we insult one of Austria's rivals, and we join the HRE, and then we declare here. I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I was hoping that I could use him against Muscovy, but if he's rivaled me, I'm probably just going to have to beat him up. Ooh, and we got silver-tongued. Nice. I don't need the devotion. I would like the prestige. No, we will solve that by conquering most of this land, vassalizing him here, and then feeding him Danzig. You go sit on the border, because that's where we're going to want you when we declare war. Get our claim. Go insult one of Austria's rivals. Would be really good if you hate Poland, but you don't. So we're going to go with France. That, and then the last 12 of improving relations here gets him to 150. 150 is enough for us to join the HRE. Quit hassling me about estate statutory rights. Time to start raising our maintenance and getting ready for the war. Quit hassling me about estate statutory rights. One more month. And then we turn the merchant back to extra money mode instead of extra love mode. Done. Call back. Join HRE. Poland should think of me as immune now. Oh, and he's also stopped rivaling me. That's nice. Maybe I can get him to be my friend. Double check what you want. No, double check what you want. Can I convince you to not want these bits? Pretty please? No. Oh well, we try our best. You, Denmark, come help. Kill. Yes. That and that. Use up all the force limit. What am I going to want? I'm going to want, well, to help you there for one. And then rest in Midgau. I'm going to want to go get Osul. No. I'm going to want to get Leafland. And I'm going to want Poland and Hungary to be our friends, right? Well, actually, I'd ideally like Poland to be our friends. We're going to suck up to Poland and see if we can get him to not hate us. Did Muscovy murder? We declared into him and we face planted, but we had to make a move or else we're wasting time. You know, it's a speed run, not a sit there and do nothing run. I'd hoped that Tech 7 would be enough to overcome Muscovy's slight numerical advantage, but it was not. They had like 3 4K troop advantage, so not very much when we're talking about an army that big. Like 8%, 10% army size advantage, but we had a whole tech. I was reasonably felt like we had a reasonable go at it, but nah. Denmark, well, basically Muscovy was much better at single stacking. Are my friends gonna help? Please? I will buy that. And then get that again. Yeah, Muscovy was much better at single stacking his army than Denmark and his minions. Which is often the case when you have lots of little armies versus one big one. If you do the HRE revoke kind of thing, you'll often end up in that same situation where you have like 100k worth of minions, but they won't want to walk towards Castile because Castile has 130 stack, but they see the 130 stack as bigger than their individual 7 stacks, and they just sort of sit there afraid. Rather than manning up and stacking up. And your minion swarm went completely ham. I've seen them refuse to walk across to here. Just refuse. Denmark. Get your navy over here. Oh my god, they got that siege done. Boo! No. Kill him. Quit farting around and finish his stack off. He is to have no units. Okay, now I should be able to do what I want. Stop, turn around. De-thingy that. Hand it all over. Vassalize this guy. Good. Split, 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 split. I need these over here first. Okay, now I should be able to hand this over to Denmark and he will peace out. He'll unfortunately take slightly more than I want him to. Come on. Peace out. I'm not giving you this. Peace out. I'm not giving you Dorpt. It's not happening. Thank you. Go assist in blockading. Okay, now for here I want this, and then I want you to vassalize. You are willing to agree. Is there anything else? I would like cash. I could see my way to asking for 4 less cash if it ends the war now. Done. He's our vassal. We give him Danzig. And then we're immune to the stupid event. Good. Gather together. And then let's see if you have much of an army. No. And if you have claims on there, you do. If I can core everything, pretty much. Could I beg you for access, please? Thank you. Across to there. He's even got a de-garrisoned thing. If you would give me access. Oh, come on. Fine. What if I go sit over there? Will you turn it back off? That is such horse hockey that he turned that on. It's my fault. I shouldn't have moved there early. Too much he might be the controller. Is he the controller itself? If he's this guy... Nah, he's insisting on doing that. So, do I fight this, then? I still want to do it, even if he's raised that fort. Historical rival, he says no, so okay to this. Time to kill you, I guess. Takes a while, it takes a while. Ow. Actually, I could beat that. I can't beat the heavies. Offer you access. Do you want any of this? He says he doesn't want any of it. I kind of just want this war over sooner. Okay, now. There's also the whole, if they have 50 papal points, you can't do it. It's not just about how much they like the Pope. If they have 50 papal points saved up, they're immune. Spine. That's what too much influence can mean, in part. How can you tell how many papal points someone else has saved up, Spine? If you can let me... I'm honestly interested to know. If you know how to tell that for other nations, I would be interested to know. Because I don't think that's something that you can see. As far as I know, that's a hidden variable. The Curia menu. That's how much invested power they have, isn't it? Oh, this tells you. Okay, I only ever think about this column. Yeah, so if they have more than 50 here, they're immune. It's a very little known, fact. That to me. It shows it in invested and influence. I'll look at that in a second once I've pieced out. That looks pretty good. I mean, it makes Muscovy angry, but when isn't Muscovy angry? What I should probably do, actually, is split Muscovy away from him. So, God, that's painful. I guess I have to live without Novgorod itself. So do something like that. And he'll already give us that. So that seems fine. Aside from that, I don't want to give that to him. I'd rather have this for me. Or that for me. Done. Start all the available coring. Okay. And then come back to here. Same with our boats. You're gonna be grumpy. You took provinces. We almost have you improved with enough. You can go back to earning me this. Okay, now. Yeah, so this column does tell you. And if someone has more than 50 here, they're immune. It's one of the game defines. How many papal points you need to become immune to excommunication is one of the in-game defines. So it's something that you could mod. If you really want it to be higher or lower. Remind this guy why he's supposed to love us. Poland, this is your last chance. Oh, but we're historical rivals. Fine, I'm willing to hate you. And I guess Waldegast as well. If I insult Poland, Hungary might go friendly. Novgorodian rebels are about to occur. I'm going to want this guy to be integrable. And then we enjoy some peace. Please walk towards me. If you go the other way, sucks to be me, I guess. Nah, still doesn't want to be my friend. What I could do is temporarily defriend Bohemia and try and then to refriend both. It can be a dangerous move. So let's do it like that. Temporarily defriend you. Yep, that'll work. Problem fixed. Okay, now in theory we can use you against Poland. Back to sucking up to this guy. Because I want to annex him. Nobles can be grumpy. The Estonian rebels don't exactly have a world of choice. And it's probably time to yoink the land again. We promised we'd do some deving. Let's keep our promise. Ask for a new mission. Get our overextension down is fine. I could ask for this back to connect up here to here. Lovely. Back to training. Now it's time for the Livonians. They are going to occur probably in Leafland. Maybe in Wenden. So split in half and then reinforce whichever one needs it. I do need new claims on you for the next round. I'm assuming that Muscovy... Well, it looks like there's a bit of him that they don't want. Although I might not be able to eat that bit. Oh no, I can eat that bit because of Colm. Yeah, we're fine. We have 2 vassals and I forgot to activate strong duckies. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Actually, I should totally make that an emote. Yes! New emote idea. Strong duckies. Strong duckies. Love it. Go reinforce. Okay, and now you're good to train. We don't need this fort on. Yes, because it's only going to get more expensive. And pretty much all of this is garbage. We get rewarded for picking our talented theologian. Okay, I will turn these forts on if those are going to hit 80%. The traders knew what they were doing. They knew the risks. Nearly got the claim. One. I wouldn't mind one more just in case. No, I've got better things to do with my diplomat. So you're becoming integrable. You, I need you to love me as much as you can. These two will say yes. So what I need is claims here. And then what I want to do is try and feed these guys towards Muscovy. So that they count as being closer to Muscovy. Well, the Belogamists has started to decay rather than increase, so we can turn off the forts. Everything looks pretty normal down here. Aside from Naples. Naples has eaten part of the Pope. Is that Aragon next to Rome? Yes. They probably will have taken it from Naples, I would guess. But maybe not. Maybe they hate the Pope. I need to suck up to you a bit more because I've got less favors than I have with Bohemia. I'm willing to get rid of that fort and just rely on this one. Two more cores to start. Is there a Naples core? No. Was it ever controlled by Naples? Became a core of Naples, stopped being a core of Naples. See? So even your question was only half the story. I felt very strongly like it would have been Naples. That's before the start of the game. Touché. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Core. Very good. Is there a conversion man? Alas, no. Or at least not one that we can reasonably afford. Unless you think I have, like, memorized every old core in the game that occurs in the prehistory files. I haven't done that. Stopped being a core of Naples. 4 months before the start of the game. Yes, it's only getting more expensive. Wasn't it 1444? I thought it was August of 1444. Oh no, you're right, it's 1414. It's the word below it that's 1444. Was annexed by the Papal State. 2 days before... It was annexed by the Pope twice in a row. Was annexed by the Pope, was annexed by the Pope, but it didn't become anyone else's in the meantime. That's a bit weird. That is just a little bit weird. We got our favors with you, so I need a claim on this guy. When is our truce with Novgobert? 10 years from today. Near enough. You think the game is lying? I mean, they definitely do start with that land. And it's not like they don't have it on the first day. Talented theologian always. Roll our people. Use the prince to train. We're almost done with getting you to integrate. We want the morale and the manpower options. Yes, because it's only getting more expensive. $20 more and then he'll integrate. Defensive pips matter more. And then we have a look at would my friends help. That's yes, yes, and no. But that's 60 versus 40. And you've also got the fact that he doesn't have Tech 5, whereas 2 of us do. Would help if you had Tech 5 as well, Matthias. Come on, chop chop. You should beat this guy that's... You should beat Kaisermerz. Kaisermerz? Kazimierz. Kazimierz. And now you might dishonor. But no, Brandenburg rivals me, presumably. Yeah. And then I would like one over here to take Polotsk. At the end of this year, he'll be a yes. And then goodbye. Full state. Done. You get to stop existing. Lucca is nice and easy. At least they're coastal. They're not stuck inside like Bologna, where you can't get out. You run out of things to buy. You buy more mercs. Grant the privileges for more money. If It's time to yoink the land again. Turn on our forts. Give it 2 more months. That is very weird. Okay. Yoink the land. Kill them. Ah, slightly too slow. Okay, will my friends join? What are you busy fighting? You're busy fighting Serbia. Yeah, but you're about to be done. We completed our cause. Build a church. Integrate Livonia, that's not happening. Do some dev, I don't mind. No land for you. Single stack. Okay, he should join my war now. Ready, steady. Cook. Wait, what? What? You ass. Poland doesn't touch you. Well, I'm not having Muscovy interfere. Muscovy has warned you. I should shove my army and Denmark's army down your throat. Okay, so as for what we want, I want a bit of here. I want a bit of that guy. I would like to remove any annoying border forts for the future. Please say that you want some of this. Good, I'm willing to get rid of those forts to you. So something like that, and then we're done. Pre-raise so that he doesn't hate me once I vassalize him. I'm already locked. That sucks. Maybe having the tactics level will survive us. Yes, very good. Go help there. Bonfire of the Vanities, no thank you. Goodbye, Rigger. Hello, Rigger. He might even give me almost what I want now. At least in terms of the bare minimum. What else would I like? I would like you to help. But I like him, he says. Yeah, there's no fixing that because the destabilize thing would still stay. Doesn't hurt to make our minion love us more. Lovely. In theory, that should be a yes now. 26 and 26. Got Rigor? We haven't done the speedrun of Rigor. I have the achievement, if you mean at all. Good. I guess I want you over here. That's a yes. That works for me. Maybe even that instead of the other one, because it's the fort. And the next war should be easy peasy, beautiful cover girl. Or do we keep pushing? For now, I think we keep pushing. Depends when they go. Yeah, I don't really want to fight that. I guess we do that. Leave one more. Good. You must leave the war. Very good. Split, split, split. Actually, quarters is good enough. I don't even need that because of the rigor fort. Yes, I'm crazy. In which case, what I'd like to do is come and do that. Force BB out. I don't care that it costs a huge amount. I'm willing to do that. It means that the next war will be so much quicker. Installaris? How does that even work? Once we kill that and get that siege, we'll see what he thinks. It might suddenly become a yes. If not, we could always just ask for access here and move around until it's a yes. I'm considering forcing him to de-rival me. We'll see how much war score sieging everything down is. Nah, he says no. Fine, just war reps then. And possibly those two to Hungary for a nice flat 100%. Yeah, maybe I'm being a little too greedy. So no, no. Plus war reps. Maybe. I should at least let that finish. Are there any other annoying forts? Nah, that'll do. Done. Come home. So goodbye to you. Hello to Polotsk. And hello to Mazovia. And then let's get ready to go do Novgorod. Who hates you? Denmark, Sweden, Great Horde. Great Horde, how would you like to be my friend? At the moment, we're going to have to full annex Novgo and then spit him out over here in order to make this work. You've once seen the Ottomans lose a war to a massive great horde. Good. That would be enjoyable to watch. Actually, we probably all want to be over here. Okay, maybe we don't. Why do you have low morale? Whatever. What else? What else? What else? What month is our truce? May of 7. I suppose I could start upping with the new minions. And I could up with the Pope. Full state everything. It's only going to get more expensive. Dev push this to 20. So that it develops here just a little bit quicker. Otherwise, things look pretty good. Very, very good, even. Your guess is they kept getting stack wiped on flat. Let's wait for this to go away before we full core everything. And Diplo, Diplo. I'm willing to hate Muscovy. See if that encourages the Great Horde to be my friend. I do not want to lose the papal influence at the moment. In fact, I'd want more papal influence because I want to click the button for give me more manpower. I'll also do that. See if we can't stop the Bologamists from occurring at all. The PayPal influence. Ooh. Back to never. Is there a cheap... No. I was going to see if there's a conversion man. We do have to convert all this crap. May was the magic month here, so actually it's probably about time to stop. Training. These go get cola. Everyone else here. Oh, actually, I can't do this because Muscovy are warning them. Well, they're warning me. How long does the warning last? 5 more years. I could wait that. If I have to. I guess. You have no pals? Oh, you have us. Come on. There we go. How much does my minion like me? Does he like me enough that I could divert his trade? That's a yes. I want that extra money. Let's watch what our trade income jumps from. And 4.0. Gain the prestige. So it was 4.0. Now this month the transfer trade should kick in. 5.8. So like 2 extra ducats worth of trade value here. Just a little bit. Can't get you any happier. What do I do? Do I wait for him to declare his war on Novgorod? I guess I do. And in the meantime, I'm not losing that, so goodbye papal influence. Seeing as the rebels are going away, we can turn off this one, and this one, and this one. This one stays, because these rebels are still here. And what do I do with my diplomat? Well, go do laps with my friends. If you've got nothing else to do, go do laps with my friends. Make this guy like me more. Has Austria abandoned you? They have. But I don't think he has enough friends that he could call in against you to be worried. Hopefully. Let's have a look at the new fort situation here. He has 1, 2 forts, and this guy has 1, 2, 3. I literally have almost as many forts as Poland, Lithuania. Actually, I do have as many forts as Poland, Lithuania. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go team us. Oh, he's declared his war on Novgorod, so he can't protect them at the moment. I declare over Luki. I could lend some troops to them very briefly. I cannot rent them troops because they are bankrupt. Fair enough. Just Lukey. Now, I might be able to turn this around on them. Like, if I get this and that, maybe I get enough war score to vassalize, and then everyone has to help me beat up Muscovy. That would be pretty sweet. Oh yeah, if you have Europe covered up, weird things happen sometimes, for sure. For sure. Like an Austria that doesn't exist, it has been replaced by a Hungary. Hungary that for some reason has the left half of France. It ends up being that they'd gotten a PU over Brittany. And then things did not go well for Mr. France. Stupid, not the same religious group. Help me beat up Muscovy. You were playing in India and... Pop pop! You have dismantled the HRE successfully. Well done. Huh? Demands exceed war score. Well, you've got more war score than me, so you're going to get called for pizza. Thank you, before I do. Which one do I want to keep? I probably want to keep this one. Well, it's got a fort. Yeah, you can keep the fort. Be annoying. Then again, I did fabricate on this one. So that, vassalize, force religion, give us your cash, give up the cause you have on me. That will do nicely. Novgorod needs some love. And these two say absolutely not. 40 versus 60. I might want to watch and wait for when Muscovy goes to war with some of the hordes and then backstab. I do not want this fort. You needed some more love. Can I get Revel back? Yes, give. You can keep Osul. What? Renounce my claim. Bonus relations because I'm actually won over. I don't need the military access in Saxony anymore. That was just for forcing Brandy out. Indicate that we are friendly. Maybe re-raise with him, try and get him to be friendly to us. The Ilkhanate? Yeah. They got an interesting color, that fluoro yellow. Be my friend, but you're the wrong religion. So he has got a lot of claims to get back. Yeah. What he'll do is he'll declare on Kazan or something. And then we can strike when he's doing that. How long till our truce with Poland? 6 more years. And then we do this. Plus we take that one, and that becomes the next guy. And then this one, we take 1 extra, and that becomes the next guy here. And bit by bit we reconquest the If I do that and activate the bonus troop suppression for a couple of months, we can probably actually get rid of those entirely. Very close. Step off and train. You tried Al-Sharinga, Persia? I call your bluff. Screenshots or it didn't happen. Peasants in Ermland? Is it time to yoink the land again? Yes, it is. So, up. No training. Woo. Fight these. You back to Memel in case we have to teleport you somewhere. You didn't say you succeeded. Yes, please. Okay, we should be good to yoink the land. I need to beg for Waldgast access again. Temporarily. To fix those. And then I'm going to need these two to be integrable. So, sorry, Novgo, but you just don't matter as much as... this. Lower all our forts again. Get rid of the access through you. Increase our trade power. Oh, hello. How did I not notice you? Well, that makes me feel silly. Always talented theologians. Two siege is pretty nice. I will pick Burgundy. Wow, our force limit is just a bit bigger than it used to be. I should probably accept Novgorodian. You don't have enough div points to do that. What are you busy fighting in a war with? With Scotland! The Danish conquest of Sutherland. I'm sorry, what? How? Okay, Norway has claims. Novgorodian, and then we can probably start converting these things. I mean, that's how you get your landing on England, right? You go here, and then you walk down to England instead of needing to fight their navy. Okay. It's like 2 more years until we can do Poland Part 2. And he hasn't got better friends since last time. Although he has almost finished annexing Moldavia. Stupid wrong religion. Not the same religious group. The hordes become pathetic sultanates? I do not see them become sultanates. They are almost always eaten up by Muscovy before I see them sultanates. Hey, Ludog. How you doing? These are ready to fight the Pskovians. Ooh, and what's the other one? It looks like a dragon. A friendly dragon. Kill them, they come back. A green dinosaur called Bog. Well, as long as it's not the purple dinosaur. Copyright infringement is a thing. November of next year. Oh no. Phew. I was like, why is Hungary at war? But he isn't. I will buy that prestige. We're making enough money that I'm willing to consider those. How am I? I'm okay. I was a bit of a family member had a bit of a health scare earlier, but we got that dealt with, and now we're back to this. I also did some physical activity this morning, shoveling out the bloody poo trailer. So it's this, and then I need you. And then in like May, the horse poo trailer. Yeah, it's okay. Doggo gets to see the outside world. She gets to be happy. Have a run around. No. But yes to that one. Tax and more missionary strength is good. Trust down once there, and then we're probably about right. So it's time to raise our forts. It's time for you to come over here. It's time to buy the Merc stack. I was really hoping that we'd have a local stack that was... Well, that one's okay. Probably use that one. Trust. Trust. What's Burgundy doing? What the heck? Huh? I can't believe you've declared that, but well done to you. Denmark say they like here, but I can avoid that by declaring on Lithuania. Bohemia say yes once they truce is up. So it looks like we're pretty good. That, and then yoink. Build a church. I just want like 3 ducats. Reconquest for Wisna. Bohemia says yes. I really want Hungary to join as well. How much longer is this war going to be, Hungary? Probably a while. Unfortunately. Well, you get to train for a little bit then, I guess. And we just continue sucking up to our minions while we wait. Really? You want me to kill you? He doesn't have Tech 7. You know what? Fine. We will just kill you. I was willing to wait for Hungary, but you went and raided my borderlands. Leave one. Everyone else can do carpet sieging, seeing as they have no forts. Some defensive rebels over there. I'm gonna have to go get you out. Can our navy beat up his navy? Give me your money. Thank you. Now, how much does it cost to do what we want here? I want you to give back... What? Oh, that's not in the right hands. And neither is that one. And then I want you to give back the other bits, but I can't tell that until I've sieged them. Lithuania says do or die. Die it is, my friend. Die it is. He took care of my rebels, which is quite nice. So I need to go get those occupied. Head to Poodle. Ow. Thank you. And then that's probably enough. Yes, we did do the animal speed run. We did that a couple of days ago. The VOD should still be up. I would expect the VOD to still be up. Hunted Theologian. Or at least it feels like a couple of days ago. Actually, I can tell you. Well, I'll tell you once this is over. Okay, and then I wanted one bit of here, so that I can set up the next one there. This is asking for far too much. Okay, recordings. When did we do Animal Kingdom? We did Animal Kingdom on the 19th. So actually it's a little more than a week away now. Oh no, it's 5 days. So it should still be up. It should still be up. Draft it. Animist Russia WC when? Probably not. I've got my Norse WC. I'm happy with that. That's as close as I'm going to get to Animist WC. Sorry. At least for the near future. Legit Norse WC. No, I will fight those. Ooh, and it's time to do you. Okay. He'll give us what we want. Done. These all need to come deal with these things. Get rid of that. Start annexing you. Start annexing you. Very good. Make Novgorod love us. Very good. Can we afford to do you? I mean, that looks like a yes. Unfortunately, these are particularists, not peasants, so they fight slightly better than complete garbage. Morale of armies is very much the preferred option. If you could jump across to here. Top 10 questions men are afraid to ask. Okay, and then this, and then that. He immediately ended the other war. Okay, and then that one. Please, people, attach. Not good enough. How do you have that much force limit, mate? At least he's out of manpower, but still. aren't you my friend anymore? They must have annulled with me. Oh, because of Burgundy. Yeah. Burgundy annulled them with me. That makes sense. That does make sense. Pope, give me some manpower, please. Time to dig deep. A 6 shock, you say? I am quite happy to use my 6 shock to go beat up some Muscovites. I can't quite beat 20 of them. Okay. Well, his manpower's half gone. Like, his saved up army, he had 50 at the start of the war, now he's at 20. I see him as having 28 mercs. Swap who does what. Guy with siege pips should be doing the siege. What else do I need? I need... probably the Pope to like me again. More Pope points would be nice. Speaking of, could I have the manpower? I've already got the manpower. Good. You could go beat up these. Pretty please. You go help there then. We're going to need to click that again, because we're out of people. Yes, please. Between the two of those, we got a fair bit of extra manpower. Excellent. Head over to Moskva. Oi! He was not meant to get away. Six shock man, catch them. Thank you. No, I want the manpower modifier. Okay, now how much is it to get everything back? How about using the other menu? $60. Honestly, that's not very much. He's halved his number of mercs. Presumably he's running out of money? Question mark. Question mark. Also, we're almost getting to the point where I'll be allowed to eat him. Getting dope with the Pope? Well, he thinks I'm a top bloke. Actually, I could get him to do that, which would help these integrations. There goes his capital. Start sieging down these very valuable bits. Try and put some fear of God in him. Call back from the Pope. The Pope loves me as much as he can. Teleport 5 or 6 Shockman over to this fight. Okay, I can't. Teleport Siegeman over to that fight, and then trade Siegeman with Shockman. Because it makes sense to use Siegeman to do sieges, oddly enough. That and War Reps. Yeah, I want the War Reps, sorry, so your suffering must continue for the moment. Or, now that I think about it, I should take a bit of Twer, so that I can do Twer. Because Twer's pretty reasonably big. And that will also let me do Perm, because one of these was a Permian core. And it's Uralic. You don't need to attach to me. Go do whatever you like. Easy war score. Double check that that's everything. What was the war goal? Novgorod itself. So that one we do this way. In fact, I don't have the Diplo idea done, so I might as well do everything using this. Yep, that and War Reps. And some cash. Yeah, I might as well push for cash now that we're here. I could use 1,000 ducats. Or at least the better part of 1,000 ducats. Did I pass on Twer? The idea is to do Twer and... Twer and... Perm. Oh, you're saying that if I do that, I'm not taking that. Aren't I? Yes, I'm not. Okay. And none of them are a fort. Did it cost? I feel like that costs different then. Let's have a look. Yeah, why is this cheaper? This shouldn't be cheaper. I haven't done this idea. What? What? It only costs 67 here, but if I do it in this menu... What's going wrong? Oh no, 63. That's right. So that, I wanted one bit of Twer, I want war reps, and I want cash. Done. Come back home. I'm gonna have to fight the non-believers. And now that should be you. Basically good enough to integrate. 3 trust downs. I needed to release the other guy, and I needed to finish annexing these 2. I can't really afford to release the other guy quite yet. Thank you for the reminder about Twer. Once these 2 disappear, we'll create the 3 new people. In our ever-expanding array of vassals. Okay, and then with the money that we took from Muscovy, what do? We probably level up this. We build it a thing. We've already got one there. There's no point leveling up that one. There is point in building that, though. There's point in building that. But we've already spent all the money. You can go back to training. How am I going to get the last bit of opinion with you? I'm just going to have to wait. Oh well. Yoink. Do whatever is quickest. Indicate that we hate Muscovy and that I want my guy to fabricate all over you. And I needed to yoink this one and release Perm eventually. We've got Twer to release, Perm to release, Smolensk to release, and Galicia Volhynia to release. Isn't Ryazov? I used Twer. I'm using Twer to release Twer. But yes, Ryazov is also one. It didn't really matter which one. And that looks mildly more inconvenient for him because it means I can jump on him on the first day and jump on Moscow. Also, I wasn't really paying very much attention, to be honest. It was just pick one. One of the ones that I know will be the right tag to release. So not Twer and not Smolensk. This guy's about to disappear. So I should actually yoink this if I can get away with it. But I can't because it doesn't border anything. It's time to yoink the land again. Kill that, then that. And then we can get rid of our forts. Or get rid of. We can turn them off. You need to be ready to fight those in a sec. Goodbye, Mazovia. That means I can go release... Galicia Volhynia. It's annoying that those are stuck, but whatever. Turn you off for the moment. Do not want that fort. Do not want that fort. You over here, if you can do the actual fighting of that, and then we might get rid of you because you're kind of out of manpower. Yeah, you're very out of manpower. Thank you for helping. Your years of service will not be remembered. Last one of those. Ducats or prestige? Ducats. Fix that. Then you've got to go fix that. Okay. How close are we to fixing you? More. Doggos! Doggos are visiting. The neighbors' doggos visit tonight because it's pizza night when they drop off their pizza. You go protect trade here. I'm not losing ducats. I'd rather lose the papal influence. Maybe go do loops of our friends again. Can I re-ally you yet? Yes, mid next year or end of next year I can re-ally you. Are they subjects happy enough? Talented theologian. Are the subjects happy enough now that I can release? No, I have to stop diverting your trade almost. I'll placate you once to keep you good. I need to go improve with the new minion. Trust you down twice more. Once. You need to hop off of where you're suffering pointless attrition. Twice. Train. Okay. Naval maintenance. I'm just being cheap. If I steal that, I could do perm, but I really need this one to finish. It finishes in a little bit. What if I concentrated? Then it will finish in a couple of months. Good. Trust, trust. and then we will re-ally you. When is our truce with Poland? Yes. Hey, Ludog. Oh, I asked them to claim the wrong thing. Oh, I asked them to claim something that I'm already going to have a thing on. Well, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt if he generates extra claims. Sorry. I forget. There was a time when I feel like Twer only had 3. Or actually, maybe they only had 1. I think they were one big province, weren't they, at one stage? Starts with 3 but has the extra core. Okay. Our other friend does need the love. I don't think they have anything other than reserve. If those are about to occur, we should maybe not be training. I need to insult one of my enemies. Burgundy, you suck. Also be embargoed. Get our PP bigger. And you don't just normal suck, you ultra suck. Goodbye, Polotsk. Hello, new zones that we need to full core. Huh? Oh, and that means I can go release Smolensk. And Twer, we hope. Okay, you to there. Can we afford... There's a 6 that we can afford. We can't afford that one in any reasonable time frame. Maybe we just use the 6. Let's have a look and a think. What's our... I might as well... What? What do you mean it's too low? We have 5. It says 5. Okay, we click that. Then we hire these. Ooh. Ooh, hello. You're very expensive. But you would fight the rebels for us. I don't think I can justify that one, though. I think we can justify that one. Okay, we need to start sucking up to the new minions. Hello, I know you're grumpy. I'm fixing you. Call back. Get you as a friend. You will help us kill Poland. Very good. I can get the access again. These are going to need to be turned on. Access again. 6 Shockman can lead the way. Very good. Buy the devotion. One of you wait there. You can actually do that. These can be here. And train. That should be fine. Now, how grumpy are my people and why? Novgorod, I'll stop diverting your trade. Everyone else is pretty okay. You need some love. The only one I haven't done is Perm. So this next anti-Poland war is for this and this. Do I want that fort? No, thank you. I need to rebalance that because it's costing us money. And then we'll disbalance it again immediately. Keep converting stuff. Is there a conversion man? No. But we're rich enough to afford basic people. Okay. No, it's something that we do try and do, but we don't, like, interrupt doing real things to micro that. We could build some more of these and maybe pirate someone in a sec. Like pirate Burgundy. I think I'm already embargoing everyone else. Well, someone just got removed. Oh, Burgundy just got removed. Why did Burgundy just get removed? Because they're the junior partner of Saxe-Lauenburg. Well, I don't need to embargo you anymore then. I do need to go set another enemy. I don't want to do Denmark. I guess the Mamluks. That might get us an Ottoman friendship. They're also really safe people to do this stuff to. Do the normal kind of insult. And then we're good. Yeah. If he survives long enough that Marie gets crushed by a horse, it will be a very sexy Lauenburg. Okay, now when was the truce with Poland? January of next year. Make sure it's ultra clear that I want all those claims. Every claim they must make. And then next time we probably just reconquest for this and Perm. The lowlands are all released. Poor Saxe-Lauenburg. Time to stop training. Get in for place for torturing this guy. I'm surprised the knights don't have a mission tree. Oh, Zoidberg. I thought for a second I thought it was the Muppet. Rizzo? I feel like Rizzo... No, Rizzo's the rat, isn't it? Yeah, Rizzo's the rat. I don't know who I'm thinking of. The orange one, but anyway. Come help me kill him. He's friends with France, you say? Woof. Trust. Maybe I can... Ooh, could I declare against here and avoid... I don't know how this will work, because this will get Denmark in, and then can I call the others in because it technically goes to Poland? Do we for science? We for science. Okay. So these two are going to be ready to integrate. Yes. Have a look at how much this is all going to cost. Quite a bit. And that's without these bits occupied. Continue the conversions. Yes, yes, yes. I need to do something. No, you can leave my court. I'm not having you cost us corruption. And who knows, maybe we get a conversion man. No such luck. Prestige. Papal influence. Occupy. Ooh, you know the deal. Give me your money and you can have peace. Done. Then I might try and go push them off of that. Ouch. I didn't want them getting pest before I went to save pest. But shit happens, I guess. Start handing over everything to the right people, so... The right people is you. And then we can have a look at how much this costs. Pretty much 100. Once you factor in the war reps. Come do this so that this can carpet siege here, or maybe go sit on France. Yeah, that looks surprisingly effective. always talented theologians. Although we need to get the new talented theologian on the siege. He doesn't have any siege pips. You can go to the other one. As soon as France gets sick of this, so why are you two friends? Who do you both hate? Bohemia... You don't share any friends, so I don't see why they'd be friends. It might even be worth my time to, In fact, it probably is worth my time to split these two up. Not just piece France out for quick peace. Although, as long as I can keep doing this, I can use France as a war rep source. Woo. Bugger. Well, we're going through now. Well done, Austria. I'm going to destroy your rebels for you. You turn around. You go get the war goal. French war reps? Yeah. Ow. Pause. Gather together. Then go to Paris. Try and capture that. Ooh. France says, I don't really want you sieging Paris. Fair enough. Fair enough. Can I make some more units then? No, we're at our force limit. All I can do is just bring more to that location. I swore I'd build a church, and I have apparently lied. Let's fix that. I'd kind of like these to single stack before we advance into France. Yeah, I was right to do that. Look at that. They wanted to crush that. How much money does France make? Like, assuming we do get his war reps, what are they worth? $300 ducats. That's probably worth sieging down Paris. He tried to get us off Paris, but no luck. You don't understand, France. We are warriors of God. You may have Elan. Do we actually have more morale than him? Here. War enemies. No, he has slightly better morale than us. But we have better disp. And we're about to have his capital. And he's going to say, please, oh please, let the pain stop. Now, is 300 ducats worth sieging him down again next time? I think the answer is no. So we'll break them up and get the war reps and then call that done. When is our truce with Muscovy? 2 and a bit years away. So yeah, we kind of need to get this done and get over back home to get ready for the war for Muscovy. Okay, that's probably enough to get France to agree to what I want. War reps, don't be friends with Poland. If I have to sit on your other fort to get that to happen, then you will be sat upon. Also give me a ducat. And then we come up to here. Okay, double check. We're getting all of you back. Tick, we're getting all of you back. Tick, and then I wanted 1 bit of Chernigov. Oh. I have to live without war reps. Because I want Chernigov. And Kiev? I could use a Kiev. Done. Start getting rid of this guy. Admin cap. Mill cap. Unfortunately, that doesn't count as conquering lots of provinces from them. Boo hiss. Okay, and then the 2 I need to be happy will be you and Perm. The Livonians need me to stop diverting their trade, or to pay for the privilege. I'll pay for the privilege because it's worth a lot of trade power. We need to yoink 1 province from you so that we can release Perm. And if that means I have to placate you once, then we'll placate you once. Hello, Perm. And that means this war is for this, plus that. When can we annex you? We can annex you in December of then. Yes, that's fine. In fact, if anything, all of you go there. You can just sit next to it. Ah, you're stuck. Give me access. One can go to our allies. I don't need that access anymore. Continue converting everything. You to there. Start making Perm happy. Can't make you any happier. Could make you happier. It's going to be very weird that we have this big block of disconnected land. But between Chernigov and Kiev, we'll be able to connect them. We're concentrating there. We got a really bad stats person. Mission, yoink. Please just not Neumark. It's always Neumark. Why? Why is it always there? It's not even connected to my capital. Build a market. Gather train. You can then come back here. Get rid of that access. Don't need the forts, at least not at the moment. Okay. How many are we over? 9 of 7. And I want to release 2 more. Oh, but it's hit 1500, so we're actually allowed to get rid of the Livonians. Which also means I got to decide, do I want this back? If I get rid of this, he's probably going to stop honouring against Muscovy. Because of distance. Do I really give a shit about 1-3 dev province, 1-5 dev province? It isn't that much further away than Goatland, though. Oh! He lost his core. Huh? Well, that makes that no longer a question that I need to answer then. Prestige loss, not the unrest. So we're annexing you. I can afford to lose the devotion. I can afford to gain the inflation. We're annexing you. We're annexing this guy, and in a second we're annexing Smolensk. In fact, very much in a second. Next month we're annexing Smolensk. Although, I might run out of dip doing that. Well, it's the risk we run. Now would be the time to make them faster and cheaper to integrate. Goodbye dip for sure. 18 a month. 18 dip a month. Bye-bye dip. Pope, could you help speed that up even more? No. And then what month was our truce with Muscovy? June, so actually it's time to stop training. Time to call back here. Now, is anyone going to join against you? Oi, your truce is up, Denmark. Come help. They're your rival. Very good. 71 versus 20. I want to reconquest for Zustobst. Unless one of these is your capital. No, Moscow is still your capital, right? Yeah, so we're safe. It doesn't matter which one we pick. I want to reconquest for Zustobs. Denmark, help. Yes. You sit on the capital. You sit there. You sit there. Don't use the king. Only use the baby. Okay, and then I'm going to need Perm to be integrable, so goodbye Perm. Trade you for these, and these can go deal with those rebels. Or actually, yeah, go deal with that and then come back. Denmark might deal with them whilst we're away, we'll see. Compared to last time when he had like 50k units, he had 48. He's feeling a lot less strength. A lot less strength. Denmark. Is Sweden a friend or a pet? He's Denmark's minion still. No one has supported their independence. And they've stayed loyal. Which is a little surprising. He's annexing Norway. He tends to go bankrupt a bit after he annexes Norway, which is problematic. Beat, C, ally ensure that. He's a Danish pet, not my pet. You go here, and then you sit back on Zistobst. Can I concentrate you away a bit? Yep. Goodbye. Thank you for playing Smolensk. Ooh, we inherited a horse. Make it go away. Make it go away. No horsies. Exactly. So it's you that's next, and ideally Novgorod. But I've already maxed Novgorod, so who else? There is no one else. That guy doesn't exist yet. I could generate my own claims on Pskov. That's something useful to do. You go fix that. And then maybe head down to over here. Oh, Sweden's already done that for me. Okay, so all of you just go straight here. Oh, gosh. If I ask you to attach, will you help? Oof, just barely in time. Goodbye, Livonia. Kill that, because it's stuck inside our zone of control. Oh, you poor Muscovy. Come over here. We integrated Livonian units, so there's probably some more horses somewhere. Does it put us over the force limit? Just a bit. Free company. You've still got manpower, so no. You can consolidate away. Four legs good. Well, dogs are the best, so 4 legs must be good. Let's have a look at how much this is going to cost. Now, does any of this fall outside of the Russia region? No, he's literally... Well, 2 of them do. So he's allowed to keep these 2 provinces, Muscovy. Everything else must get eaten. Well, actually, no. I don't need the Uralic bits. Still, it's good to de-strengthen him some more. So that. Why isn't Ryazhev in that list? Very good. How do you feel about me? He doesn't hate me that much. It's not like I've got very much aggressive expansion. I could probably vassalize that guy in the friendly way if I forced him to give them up. Or do we just do this and then come back sooner? Probably just this and come back sooner. Done. How are we doing for dip now? Dip is on the up. We can fix that by annexing you. Oh. Just a sec, VGF. You're too used to being a mod. You're too used to having whatever powers you want. VGF, VGF. Oh, try again. Permit. VGF, VGF. There you go. Go nuts. I trust you. The wiki says you need the Pontic Steppe and Urals too. Isn't it just called the Russia region? Ah, Russia, Ural, and Pontic Steppe regions. Okay. So it is fine that I'm starting to take that. I will pay that. I don't really care about that so much. That is annoying. Actually, can I not? No, I can't because it's occupied. But they will export into our friend and then I can de-siege it. You come fight the Smolensk rebels that are about to exist, and then we'll consolidate you away. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, I do know you're a mod somewhere else. In anonymous other locations. I won't reveal your secrets. That's up to you. One, two. Okay, consolidate this away because we were then gonna get rid of the rebels by going here, and then I was gonna click the release that person button. I guess I'll use my claims here and here. No one else can generate them. Done and done. The next war can be a claymore. I can't generate... Well, actually, I can generate more myself, but Novgorod has them anyway. And then I was going to do this guy and this guy. How are we for relationships? We're back at the right number, but we're about to finish you. So we start the existence of Chernigov, and we start the existence of Kiev. There we go. And then I don't need this anymore. You back to the coast. You're actually a mod in half the streams you visit, but only one you could know. What do you mean? I could know all of them. Alright. So you're going away. Can I do perm yet? Not for a couple of years. And that means we now know we need more stuff. We needed, what was it? We needed Ural, Pontic Steppe regions. Okay. So I need this. And I do need down here. But I don't need the Ruthenian bits. So I am good to have taken perm, because that definitely counts as the Uralic bit. You're about to not exist. When is our truce with Litauen? It's a fair way away, actually. Who do I want to side with? I want to side with the burghers. And then if you would tick up slightly, No. Goodbye, Glacier Volhania. Hello, new states. Do I want that fort? Nope. I don't like the fort in Poodle. What do I do with my spare diplomats? Well, for one thing, these new people need to love me. You need at least one that is... Yeah, because it's own and core. So we will need to, presumably take... Presumably we'll need to take expansion or... We could form Russia eventually. No, we can't do that because I have to be the Teutonic Order. I was going to say I could form Russia and use the border power thing. But I can't do that. 2 years we can get rid of Perm. Have we hit the tech where we can start building these things yet? And then sell and yoink. Use that money to build a couple more. Hopefully that fixes our problem with this a little bit, because we're kind of over. For the next one, I want the monastic breweries. The goods produced is really, really, really good. And, well, this area does have a lot of grain. Look at it all. And it basically doubles the amount of money you make from grain. Goods produced. You two are getting happier. Twer is integrating. Novgorod is... Unfortunately not. I might need to march and demarch them. Because otherwise they're going to be all like, I remember you integrating everyone. Yeah, otherwise there's going to be no way of... Yeah, we're going to do that. You can be a march. Always the talented theologian. And I guess that just means that you go away last, Novgorod. That seems unreasonably slow. Everyone's died. Inflation man. Admin man. Integration speed man. Morale man. Maybe remind the Pope why he's meant to give me more Pope points. Always a talented theologian. Oh, come on. They're meant to have good tats. It's called talented theologian, not skillless theologian. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Grab all our boats. Come together. If there's no rebels about to occur, we don't really need to be paying for our forts. These protect trade here. Can we do anything about our power projection? We're already embargoing you. I have a truce with you, so I can't embargo you. I have a truce with you, so I can't embargo you. Insulting would only just get us to that. So no, we're kind of screwed. New unit types. I want defensive pips. Like that. Still ages away for that, so yep, we can get both of these. That will actually be a big help because the extra papal... Well, the papal strength is useful, but more the conversion strength. That's what we're shy on at the moment. Not you, because I don't want institutions to get more expensive. You and you should both be training, because you both suck, and I want to get rid of you. Where's this? Ugh, always over there. Why is it always the rebels over there? Ask for access. Go sit there. No, I wanted to hit denied. No. Slightly too slow getting there. Oh well. Teleport back here. And back to training. Cancel the access again. Take the prestige. Get the land connection. Yeah. Okay, this can... I was going to do the breweries for reasons that we already explained, because we have so much grain, and it basically doubles your money from grain. And then who I do need? You're happy, you're happy. Why do you even exist? Because he hasn't integrated you yet. I could go do laps of my friends, but I think we were doing the Pope, weren't we? Looks like we were doing the Pope. Yes. And then you disappear, and then I have the correct number of relations. Bye-bye, Twer. Split. Half of you go to each. How are we relative to our force limit? We're actually way... Well, we're only slightly over. I was going to say way over, but we're not way over. We're slightly over. You go there. You go there, then there. You go there, then there. Looks like two of you are committing suicide anyway. Regroup, then split. And in fact, if we can consolidate you down, why not? Train. Train. Lovely. Build the force limit, expand Teutonic Order, conquer new states. In theory, we could dev push the institution. Why do I hear rebel yell? Oh, because of over here. And I can't get there at the moment. When can I declare war on Poland? 4 years. That's a little bit close. Yeah, and there's no other way for me to get there. I suppose I could ask for walking rights through the Ottomans. Yeah, I can go here, here, Bohemia, Hungary. No, I can't go through there because Poland blocks off this bit. I could black flag myself. Haha! The magic of black flagging. So we go here. We ask for the access once we get there. And we black flag ourselves, and then we waddle around. And then we fight those. I've got the claims I need against you. I think we're pretty good. Things are looking pretty sweet. We could annex you. Goodbye. And that will mean that I can get more claims over there. Goodbye dip points. And then we black flag ourselves. And then you use that to go deal with the rebels. No, do not go through my land. God. You gotta really fight them. I want to go through your land! Rampager requests Rambler's rights? Sorry? Oh, okay, we're asking for right of access. Yes, yes, yes. Mill points. We're gonna... I don't have admin to do. What do I even do with my admin? Well, we were saying we might want to dev push the institution. So do we do that? We could have the institution here. And we have got a fair few bonuses to dev cost down. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70-ish. I think we will dev push the institution if we can, so... Hello. Colonialism is already present. Very well, I don't need to dev push. I can do what? Hungary wants our aid against the Ottomans. How big are you? Our friendship is over, Hungary. Thank you for playing, but our friendship is over. You were useful against Poland several times, but... Bye, mate. I need to do something with the admin. There, that gets rid of our problem. And so why aren't you friends with Austria, though? Like, that's the real question. Why didn't you refriend Austria? I feel like the game splits them up too often now. Oh, he does. He has these two. You're right. I do not need that fort. We can continue the conversions. Wait. No. Oh yeah, for a second I'm like, why aren't I converting them to Orthodox? But we've got to do the opposite of what we normally do, which is Orthodoxify everything. Instead we're Catholifying everything. So you're happy, I could go do laps with my friends. I in fact have a relationship slot, so who would I like? Anyone that hates you. And when was our truce? I feel like it was sometime next year. July of next year. Who are your friends? Have you re-allied France? You have not. Excellent. I'm not paying the dip points. Goodbye to that. God, these suck. Although at least he got goods produced. Maxed, maxed. Short of marrying them, they're maxed. What do we do with these guys? Well, I have more allies. That could love me, don't I? Yes, Bohemia. And I'm almost at max favors with Bohemia. What month next year was the truce? May? May, July. So it's about time to turn on our forts. And then this war is to feed back this and this. And then I should probably claim Poland proper. I'm going to need a diplomat for declaring. And then I need claims on Muscovy. April. Okay. Hungarian abdomen. He looks like a white ant. Nah. Yeah, it does kind of look... You know, it's got a great big blump, and then a little thing. July. Yes, because that's what we're doing this war. Okay, ready, steady. Bohemia and Denmark can both help, but I don't really need Denmark. Just you. Kill. Chase. He doesn't reinforce the fight. He just... No, I'm ignoring that fight. Give them a leader. I'd like you to reinforce that. Same with you. Well, that's going to suck a little bit, but oh well. I'm going to trust on my friends to have my back. Why are other people at war with you? No, you aren't. It's just my minions are doing a better job of sieging than I would have guessed. You're fine, so you're across to here and here. If anything, I kind of want these to go do... Actually, you know what? You come and do this guy. None of the land I'm conquering is actually from Poland himself, so I do have to siege everything down. And I'm meant to be fabricating on you for when Perm gets annexed. Where are my combat ships? Clear out these annoyances. No, you're gonna win this. Okay, I back off. You win. Can I get rid of you yet? Not unless I also... Why aren't you hiding? Blockaded. Honestly, it's... Well, I suppose his navy is 100% galleys. So this, and then he'll hop out. Despite his naval superiority and annoyance. Thank you for playing. Goodbye. Now, Bibi. Oh, if they all run off to... Yeah, they've all run off to the... Their classic AI. Run to where you aren't. Oh, look, no one's in Siberia. Done. Cash, cash. riddance to you. These guys are across to here now. We can probably peace out. Sort by person. Give, 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 give. Give, 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 give. Give. Why does that feel like this is missing? Because this is their capital? No, so something's wrong. Oh, I didn't occupy it yet. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's not the Reconquest War. It's... No! Oh, come on! Well, I'm gonna connect here to there. And I guess that'll do. Or I could give lots of crap away to you. You know what? Yes, let's give lots of crap to Bohemia. What do I care? There, that looks good. Done. Now he can't deny me walking top to bottom. And then fabricate there as well. These bits... I suppose I should fabricate on that one, but not this one. So these bits, not that bit, and then these bits. Give us the ducats. Perm is still not existing slowly. I need claims along this border. Is there anything else that can be released? Yeah, there's Galicia, Volhynia, and there's this guy, Moldavia. But other than that, we're done. Everything else is Lithuanian. Or Bolero-Russian, but doesn't have a nation in it. Which always confuses me. There should be Bessarabia, as far as I can see. Oh, sorry. Babrusikas. Or Sluckus. Sluckus sounds like a good name. It's fun to say. Everyone gather up in Memel, and then we'll tell the rebels that they can go jump. Or we could make our nobles happy, and if we make our nobles happy, we can come over here. We might be able to yoink the land. If we make the burghers happy, that's never going to happen. Make Stettin a tributary state? What? Oh, a non-tributary state. So it wants me to vassalize this guy. Which we could do. I don't really want to do it. I'd rather do that. Give it 3 more months and then we can yoink the land. These here. Oh, I gotta get rid of this access. That's true. Now I'm even one under. Okay, so I could have made them a vassal. I need access through you to get home. Group split. You go somewhere else. You go deal with that. You go deal with that. Cancel that access. Okay. It was these two, yes, and then there was one more, these three. State over here that I wanted claims on. And then one over there. As for Muscoy, you two go get that. Since Bohemia is our ally, we can walk to Newmark. Yes, he took no tech, so I'm allowed to go here. Oh, so I no longer need to ask for this ever again. Good. That's the real reason we declared a claim war, right? That's it. Totally what wasn't a mistake instead of declaring reconquest for all this. I wouldn't make a mistake. I'm lucky I got there in time. Yoink. Convert to the correct religion. How far away is our Muscovy? Muscovy could be killed already. Not using Perm's claims. I think we use Novgorod's claims. Done. Seems alright. Now, he's going to go away. Wrong autofill. Ah. Well, they say you are what you eat, and I do want to remain human. Yeah, come help. Why not? You head over, I guess, there. Join with this guy. Both of you head to Ryzan. Lose the dip. Yes to that. Our dip is getting really out of hand, though, in terms of how far behind it is. We inherited a horse. Get rid of it. No horses. Goodbye, horsey. No, wait. Then go there. Okay. Now let's have a look at this. So it's those bits to you. And then those bits to me. That's it. That's not very much. I might start paying dip. Oh no, that's very much. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's enough. That plus war reps. And this will actually give us some sensible amount of power projection for once. Go deal with that. Group back together as much as you can, which is to say you attach to the other guy. You across to there. I don't think these can happen, but we can check. Yeah, no, it would cost dip. Not worth. Polish rebels. there. That might almost be enough war score now. Yep, he says yes. Double check. Claim, 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 claim. I feel like there was one more claim that he had. Yes, that one. At which point, why not connect up that whole zone? That's good enough. Come back home. Mine. Mine. Get rid of the fort. Mine. Must be annoying for Novgorod not to connect his bits together. I need annexed vassals to disappear here. Perm stops existing. Concentrate state. Concentrate state. Start converting my own crap. Okay. As long as we don't have generic rebels. We do. I was going to say I could get rid of those, but I don't, so I can't. You go get that. Group, train. And then you guys over here. How long till our truce with Poland? 10 years. How long till our truce with Muscovy? 13. I do not want that fort. I do want a whole bunch more claims on you, so yes, and yes. And soon enough, even more yes. And then against you, I needed these two. And one down here. Why that isn't part of a full state. Thank you. New cannon. New horsey. Gain prestige. Look at our power projection and be happy. Are you happy? You could be happier. Are you happy? You could be happier. And then once they remax, maybe go do Novgorod. I forgot about these ones, so yoink and yoink. I do not want that fort. Do want the prestige. Okay. How big is he now? 300% still. Oh, and I'm getting very sparkly. So give me a minute. I'll go deal with the lights. Born in darkness, raised in darkness. There we go. No more sparkles. No more twilight sparkles. Last one of that. First policy. Hello, extra dip rep. Now, how long until this disappears entirely? Does it disappear when I turn him back into a normal kind of person? Or do I need to wait 20, 30 years, whatever? Because I'm not going to be able to annex him at the moment. Like, maybe I should have. Yeah, I should have marched him sooner. Is part of the answer there. Oh, the Ottomans are stealing my kill. Ooh. No, those are bits that I want. You're not allowed them. No. Bad Ottomans. Actually, that could be really bad, because if he takes part of the Pontic Steep, I have to go kill him for it. Oh god, he has got parts of the Pontic Steep. Well, we have to kill the Ottomans then. Who hates you? Castile, how would you like to be our friend? How would you like to be our friend, Castile? I hate the Ottomans too. Good to hear. Let's all hate the Ottomans together. Convert. Do. Conversion man is actually very helpful. Yeah. Enough rebels. Good. Group train. We got detected by Muscovy, boo hiss. But I should be able to get that one. And then it was just one more there. Indicate that we are friendly. Stettin wants to become my minion. If our mission tells us to do it again, I guess I will. Nah, he wants me to go conquer bits from Nogai. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, quit it, rebels. I don't even have war exhaustion. Look, no war exhaustion, no overextension, and yet still, rebel. Yes, because you are going to be useful against the Ottomans. Yeah. Because we're apparently in the middle of a great peasants' war. No? I'm not in the middle of a great peasants' war. And yet I'm in the middle of a great peasants' war. What? 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 Oh, we've got the HRE thing. Okay. Not the normal peasants' war, a great peasants' war. Yep. Fair enough. It doesn't seem very great to me. Trollololol. In fact, we've almost spent all of the little baby merc stack. There we go. That one is worth claiming. Your usefulness has sadly ended. long for the day when that stupid annexed vassals goes away. Okay, one more claim on you, and we're done with you. Next war can be claim. I'll feed all of this. Holy! The Ottomans were greedy. Ah, but they actually only ate Zapfourier. And this, so that's not that bad, really. Yeah, they've left us perfectly borders here, that's fine. Now Teutonic peasants. Whilst at 3 stab, I would point out. I hate you. Yes, that's fine. Muscovy is getting double beaten up. Five years till we can do Poland. Group split. Train you. Train you. Why aren't you merging? Thank you. Talented theologian. Always, always, always. Which means you are probably now the king, so we demote you to being prince. Really? I thought, isn't this thing something that just goes away when they click the thing? Like, he has a disaster and it goes away in a year and a bit? I remember it being these things. Maybe I'm wrong. You come fix that. It's like a whole decade? Ugh. Great Peasants' War. It doesn't say there's anything that stops it. I could leave the HRE. I mean, I'm not attacking anyone in the HRE. Done. There. There's no more Great Peasants' War. Solution. Solution achieved. Yeah, and it is a solution, because look, all of these are suddenly 0. Not VGF, it's 0 years. We found the solution. Ay, ay, ay. No, and no if you've been detected. Yeah. I know what you mean, but we found a better answer. It's not like I want to attack any of these people, so... Oh my god. Aragon ate bits of Castile before they got unioned. What else do I want then? I do still want that last claim. I really wish we stopped getting detected. I could re-raise with you. Six years till we can do you. When can we do the other guy? 4 years. Offer him access, suck up to him, and then stop this kind of sucking up to him. Remind the Pope why he owes me maximum Pope points. War score versus wrong religion. And then admin. Admin. I want a holy war all of this inside of us instead of needing to generate claims bit by bit. Generating claims is for chumps. Chumps, I say. Also, doesn't that make Lithuania, like, want their freedom now? Yeah, Lithuania wants their freedom. Poland's under 100, so we can just full annex him. And then maybe ask for the provinces back from Bohemia. No, I don't ever remember the HRE forming completely. Not completely. Oh! He's forgotten about annexed other people. Sorry, you're not a march anymore. Look, you're not a march. Then we're going to annex you. I don't need the devotion. The prestige is helpful. I need new rival. Hungary? Hungary is reasonable. Hungary, you suck. Welcome to embargo land, population you. Finish re-raising here. Yeah. Because it's a diplomatic action. So completing diplomatic ideas means that you can march and unmarch people as much as you want. In the same way as... Normally this costs you a stab to do that. But normally breaking a marriage costs a stab too. And finishing the idea group, lowered impact on stability from diplomatic actions. So truce breaking and breaking alliance while you're in war together, and marching, demarching, and breaking royal marriages unless you're a rival. All of those get less punished. I might actually eat this, give this to my guy, and feed those bits to Bohemia. How harsh is Nosy being someone with Diplo finished? It's only 3 instead of 5? Oh, no. Sorry, it's... I thought you meant truce breaking. Sorry. Well, let's go have a look. I do not have a CB against Gizmaluk. It will only cost us 1 stab. Even better, Nosy being someone you have a truce with. Yes. I don't really want to take that. I'd rather go do some of this. There. Our tech is balanced once more. We have brought balance to the tech. Poland started next year, so it's time to get in place. Balanced research. I know. Somewhere Atwix is shaking his head at me. Balanced research. You should be on Diptech 3 until imperialism. This was the true way. You go straight from Diptech 3 to 24. Or 21. 21. There is nothing in between. The only thing that I can really... Well, actually, I can get a claim on that. And then I can get a claim on Moskva. But other than that, we're done for claims on him, I think. I'm making a bit much money. Nice problem to have, so we can go do some more of them. We could look at some of these. We could definitely do that one. We could look at this. Yes. We could look at this. Oh my, yes. And then it's time to do Poland, isn't it? Yes, it's time to do Poland. Poland, welcome to dying. Actually, I'm not going to call him Bohemia, because I don't want him eating up bits that I think of as mine. Okay. Now that I have these, you can join. Because you can't steal my claims. Good. Oh, Porky. Yo. Just a sec. What's up, man? Make sure it's safe for work, etc., etc. Usual rules. Goodbye, admin advisor. Prestige man is fine. Goodbye to you. I don't want to pillage you. Yes, that's fine. Oh, I forgot about BB. Good. What's the YouTube thing? Welcome to die? You go there, you go there. Can we get you out yet? Oh, I didn't know that I'm, like, ripping something off. I was unaware. I've got to go deal with these. You come to that one. Oh, a horsey. A horsey. Warning. We have detected a horsey. Horsey detected. Get rid of it. Brandenburg is a fierce negotiator. Okay, no, you gotta go stay there, because else they'll knock us off of that. Claim on Moskva. And then I think we're literally done. Although it would help our siege speed, so we're going to keep them. I'm a fierce negotiator. I will never peace out. Never! Cool, then you get that, and then these come to Lithuania. And then we look at what I wanted to do, which was yum. And then vassalize. My very bones shall fight you from beyond the grave. Well, soon his very money will be ours. There we go. Mine. Transfer trade, war reps done. This would result in my vassalization, so I will never agree. New talented theologian. We finally get one with actual talent. Peasants, we don't really care all that much about. Split, you go there. He's been de-fierced, yes. Tech is even more balanced. There's probably something to be said for swapping over into admin, so we can finish our Holy War CV. That's you done, come home. 99%, so that should, I think, be him vassalized, right? Yes. Okay, and that does give me something to do, namely making him happier. Maybe I don't core these bits. Maybe I give them back to Poland. I could be less evil. And then I can ask for these back from Bavaria, not Bavaria, Bohemia, bit by bit. Thing now is I gotta wait for the truce for you to be up. It's time to go do Muscoi, so Muscoi. Yes. Yep, you'll fix that on the way. I'm gonna need infinite bloody favors with this guy. I don't need infinite favors with you. And then we start asking for these back. So, Sanderwitz. That one. Krakow. Krakow's probably too big. No, Krakow is askable. And then no tech. Yes! No tech. So I can always walk from side to side. Yes! And then Gniezno. What month was our truce with Muscovy up? Actually, it's already done, so I should get started. Muscovy, sorry, but it's time for you to die. Conquest for I don't care, as long as it's not mine, so that we actually get to use all the claims. Good. Denmark no longer joins because Muscovy... Wait, why aren't you joining? You should join. Thank you. Come help. You go get Ryazan. Speaking of Ryazan, one of the bits I claim in this war is Ryazan, so we might be able to do Reconquest soon. Again. Although, we probably have Holy War as well. So, Oh, wow. You ate bits that I had a claim on. That's not very nice. And then I'll be able to vassalize and reconquest for him. Favors with you, yes. Making you happy, yes. These two need a little more happy. Lose the prestige. Which ones are yours? And which ones are mine? So everything right of Rostov is yours. Done. Go fix that. Unhappiness for more base tax. And actually, I might start reassessing that event, because it makes this problem worse. Okay, and let's have a look at how much this is going to cost. Num 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 num. Num num num. Num. Oh. What's going wrong? Ah. That needs to be Novgorod. There we go. 81%. 80. He'll give it to us. Don't need a longer truce. Down to here. I can start annexing him in 2 more years. Getting really sick of all these rebels. No, there's too many of them. You over to there. Council of Trent. It's going to make everyone hate us. Oh no, because we're Catholic, so that's okay. I'm used to being Orthodox. It's not going to make everyone hate us. For once. You are no longer worthy of my hatred. Revoke the embargo. Group and train. Do I think I'll have Holy War done by the time of the next one? I was considering releasing Ryzan. Hmm. 13 years. I'd need to do 1 every 3 years. I can get 13 times 12 a year. Times 13 years is 2,000. No, sorry. 13 times 12 times how many years till our truce is up? 13. 2,000, so this is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, as long as I spend nothing else, we can get that done. No other admin may be spent. Hey, Asurian. How you doing, mate? Good. Fix that. Fix that. Now, there's no reason to not also generate claims, because it will help save admin once we're done. you a fixed capital? Yes, you are. Okay, pretty good. You need full stating, you need full stating. These come deal with that. Do I want the fort on Moskva? Probably not. You deal with that. You both come down to there. Okay, when was our next truces that we care about? We care about Moskva and we care about Poland and possibly the Ottomans. I'd rather leave the Ottomans till after 12 and 15, because at around 12 and 15 their unit pips stop being really good compared to ours. Are we winning? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. We've got to eat this bit of Lithuania and ask these bits back for Poland. So next I would like Gneznio. And then I would like Seedlance. What did Kazan just do? Oh. He got spat out of Nogai, it would seem. Yeah, he got spat out of Nogai. Train. Claim. No. We were asking for Cedurance. And then Poznan. No, actually, we're out of favors. Yeah, because the two ones we want to do are big ones next. So I need to wait for this to chunk back up to 60-something favors. Why am I hearing Rebel yell? Because of over there. Fix it. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. And in fact, if we're over, and our problem is having too much money, maybe we go... Okay, we were at like 430 last we looked. Okay, it's still gone up even though we exploited everything. RIP. It was time to start annexing you. Huh? It's not a case of needing money, it's a case of trying to lower our total devs so that we aren't over the gov cap as much. So that we aren't getting extra AE and paying extra for our advisors and all the other bad things that it does. Okay. What else can we do? We could go build a bunch of these ones. Come on. Keep going. Every single one of them. Thank you. Go deal with the rebel yell. You go deal with that rebel yell. They're all busy creating courthouses. So I either need 60 or 60. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Now, I was weighing up whether I release this guy, wasn't I? I should wait for the building to finish building, is the answer, and then release him. Oh, 101. He is the Dalmatians. Okay, and then here. And here. You train. If I can convince France to be our friend as well, that would be quite nice. That would be very, 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 very nice. The Genoese Pontic Steppe. Wow. Gizmaluke is being really evil. They're leveraging that Ottoman alliance for all it's worth. Gather together there. And then group and train. And if that one finished, we were going to release Ryzan. Welcome to the family. It costs too much. Well, I will give my claim on Ryzan to Ryzan. Grant claim on Ryzan to Ryzan. Does that work? Yes, and now Vladimir is cheaper. Wait, what? It erased his core? No. No. It just shows both, which is stupid, but... Phew. I thought it erased his core somehow. I was... not a happy camper. Then I can give you that claim as well. Good, and then I get my own one on here, and it's not extra expensive because of the previous ones. When do you finish? You finish pretty much in line with our truce with Muscovy. Annoyingly. You're no longer worthy of me, or I'm no longer worthy of you. Probably the other way around. Call back. Remove embargo. I love Cardinal Minister. Continue sucking up to you because I want Poland stuff back. not too much longer I should be able to do this. Oh, we got full Pope points. We should be asking for Dip Rep and Prestige. Why not? I thought I just unembargoed you. What did I do wrong? Oh, I accidentally did it to Bohemia. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm not meant to be embargoing you. I understand. It's evil. Pay the ducats. Gain the prestige. Who do I set as my new rival? I'm not setting Denmark, and I'm not setting France. Pick your ally or the person you're trying to suck up to be your friend. How about no game? Why not England? I want to set England. Okay. Yes. Next one of these. I wanted Suzdal. He detects us just as I go to click it. Always the way. I can ask for Poznan back. Very good. One can go do laps of our friends. What happened to you? Why aren't you showing as our ally? Talented theologian. Improve with you a little bit more. Get you above 100. Come on, love me. Denmark wants me to help against him. There we go. Now if we can get both of these in against the Ottomans, we offer you access. Ah, it looks like people are dogpiling. So because France declared on England, because France Castile declared on England, Denmark says, me too, boss. We curry with you. Okay. I'm going to actually search for a conversion man, because we've got tons of conversions to do. It's not like we don't have the cash. Speaking of conversions, there are new conversions to do. Dip rep guy is fine. Continue searching for conversion man. Ask for a new mission. Maybe it'll ask us to convert something. Do base tax. No. Build army. Build army is fine. You are not that. We should head up to... I mean, it's halfway through 1500. I should be making 1812 stacks if I've got the cash. And I believe we've got the cash. Very good. That's not going to be 75% of our actual army size, though. I'm going to need something more like that. Okay, done. Did I grant you access yet? Let's do that. Next. What, whoa, not cool. Not cool. Screw you, Denmark. Screw you. Now I have to fight this monster. Because he's bored and he hates me and it's a 2 versus 1 war. Great. Just great. Ugh. Why is Austria in this? In the Ansbach Succession War. Why do you care about Ansbach? No, I'm sorry. France is more valuable to me than you are. I should have said no to this war. I was like, it'll do nothing and Denmark will just lose over here and it won't hurt me. And instead this. Ugh. Ugh. Thank you, Ergeron Alton Kaltifus. This is strange bedfellows, right? Austria is helping out the Ottomans. Yuck, 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 yuck. The only consolation is that it is costing the Ottomans a fair bit of manpower. But I feel like Denmark's going to peace out for my land. Bullshit bloody interfere in other people's war mechanic. What do you even want? And if it's give land to the Ottomans... Why couldn't you... Seriously? It's not that bad. Yeah, go away. I don't want to be in this war anymore. Go away. Now. Go annoy Sweden. I don't like that we had to give up France. Boo! Oh wow, he annulled both of them. For fuck's sake. Well, the Ottomans weren't in it to begin with. The Ottomans were not in it. You're an idiot, Denmark. I hate you so much. Anyway, how are we doing for getting our last bit of this? Our earning rate has come down a bit. What's happened since you've been asleep? We just got wrecked. Because France was beating up England with Castile's help, the Ottomans... Shouldn't they have to join all wars? Anyway, the Denmark said, I'm going to dogpile. And then the Ottomans said, no, 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 that's 2 versus 1. That's not fair. And they came and wrecked us and drained all our manpower and all our beautiful prosperity. And then England broke up my friendships with Castile and France. It's just a disaster on many levels. We've almost, however, finished 1, 2, 3. Our Holy War CB, which will then let us go chomp, 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 chomp over here. God. Screw you, England. How can he even call me in against England? How is that not too distant? If people wouldn't join my war here to here for Russia, why can I be called in here to here against England? I call shenanigans. Okay, split. Half of you go fix that. Half of you go fix that. Goodbye, Novgorod. When was our truce with Litauen? Our truce with Litauen is done. I should reconquest for all of these right now. I will embrace the Counter-Reformation. I want more conversions. Now, what am I going to do about you two? I'm still friendly. I'm definitely still friendly. How much is it going to cost to give all these back? About 60. About 70. Come on, across here, go get Magdeburg. Get rid of the horsey. Oh my god, I am subjugating them. Look. Look at how many conversions we're doing in a day. Good, Blasphemy Act, even more conversion speed. And then there. And then if you would leave, like a sensible person. Very good. Over to here. I should be able to actually peace out. Double check that it's everything. Lovely. Now I can get rid of these two. And come across and do Muscovy. uh, 12. Nope, you don't actually need that. Come on, gather up. On Novgorod. Do I want that fort? No way. Get rid of it. Trade goods. Conversions equal... No, trade power upstream. Convert, 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 convert. Someone will discover our evil. Oh well. So much money. Your subjects are tired of war. Good for them. I don't really want them in this fight, and I don't want them to stop integrating, so... Scootage. Scootage. I could go ask our dear friend here for Krakow. We should make a default template. 1812. Very good. Fill up the rest of it, kill that, and then it's time to do you with our newfound powers of holy war. Not border friction. Cleanse your heresy. Another policy. I want the missionary speed. Please say he's under 100%. 102. Oh well. Actually, I should not do these ones, the ones that he has stuff on. I should hand these ones over to Orange after the war. Goods produced. Not allowed, fine. Spam generals. Get rid of some that are shit. You fix that, and then you go fix that. This is what I want. Give it, and we may have peace. Thank you. So next time is just Reconquest. I don't want to pay to core all this myself, so welcome to that one I will, but the rest can all go, well, actually no, I need that one as well. But the rest can all go to Ryazan. Very good. Then we need him to be integrable. Okay, and this ensures that I still have borders on these people so that I can holy war them. And how do I do this? Well, actually looking at the moment, that one is very tempting. Can I make you a proper thing? Not whilst you're there, so back off to where you can actually reinforce. Split. Split. Turn you into a true unit. Go. Declare that you are tasty. Go. Okay. What bits do I actually need? I need Ural, Pontic Steppe, and Russia. So it looks like there's a bunch here that he has that I need. Yeah. I need that plus that one, possibly. It's not clear if this counts as Urals at the moment. Sorry, Kazan, but those occupations need to be mine, not yours. So, tough. Okay, we've found the end of the Urals region. Oh, seriously? Seriously? Slightly more than 100%. Boo! Boo! Raise some of it? It doesn't let you take... I can't take more. You can only... Not as in 100% overextension, 100% war score. And I'm going to have to do it in 2 bits anyway, because otherwise he's going to shit himself. Yeah. Because of this guy. So how do I do this then? Instead we want to take bits that let us do reconquest. Kind of. Or we could just kind of live with the fact that we're going to get coalitioned. That doesn't seem wise. Well, I could give up this bit. I don't really need these bits. If I get coalitioned, I can just give up these bits. Yeah, it's slightly too expensive. And it's in Russia. How will I deal with it then? Let's just take that for now. And then I've got another bite to take of you in the future. Now you, I expect I can full annex, yeah, and then I can give this all to Kazan. So it's not my problem. Muslim Gary has gotten quite big. And they're going to be very unhappy if I do this. Like, ridiculously unhappy. Oh, yeah, Gazich Malach. Can I refriend those guys yet? Oh, you have not rivaled me. You're one of the few people who are going to be useful against the Ottomans. Oh, that's really annoying. Grrr. Grumble. I don't care. You're going away. I don't want you to exist. Done. Now, I'm desperately going to need friends for this impending coalition. I'm willing to suck back up to Denmark. There's no point sucking up to you. October of next year is that one. Come back over to here. Come back over to here. Now, to a significant extent, our problem with that is caused by the fact that we are fixed duchy, right? If we were, like we should be, kingdom rank, we'd at least have 200 more and we wouldn't be getting extra aggressive expansion at the moment. But the whole, you are a monastic order, until you get up to here, you cannot change government rank. Oh, wow. You don't like that I'm friends with these two? I'll give up Austria for you. If that makes you happy. And it will. Yeah, that'll be enough. As for this, how are we doing? Yep, we can ask for both of those back. And then we can annex Poland. What? I thought I had enough. Yeah, I do. 21. Thank you. Silly menu. You need a bit more love. Now that we do that, we can trust you down a couple of times, and then you'll say yes to being friends again. Please stop declaring on England like an idiot. Now my defensive alliance feels a bit stronger. Do not want that fort. Need to start sucking up to this guy so that I can integrate him. Same with Ryzan. Conversion. People, remind me to do these when there's a button here to do them. I should be doing them. I've punched the furthest the last time in the past. Mercantilism, yes. Well, as long as he doesn't declare on England again, we should be fine. You train. Papal influence is fine. Tax. Do I have any inflation? Not really. Very good. Oh, God. Aha. I found the loophole. If I no CB here, the Ottomans can't join because he's already at war with them. Yep, everything except true air, which I don't want to do because I don't want to do it on normal, but it's too hard on hard for me to really want to start it either. Too easy on normal, I imagine, and it looks just too hard to do on hard by that time. Yes. You know what, we'll just chill for a bit. We chill for a bit, and that's fine. So sick of rebels over there. And then you deal with those ones. There's nothing more I can do to Poland, short of influencing him and throwing money at him. Well, and prestige. No. Ugh, but I have to, because otherwise they get grumpy. Fine. Annex. Go fix that. Yes, we're making you love me. We've almost made you love me. Good, you come back to Riga. You come back to Riga too. Have another stack. I've got the force limit, we should be using it. We inherited some more boats. Get over here. All of you. Doubtlessly these need upgrading, because they've been around for forever. Yep, and then you can get back to your day job, protecting trade here. Continue the conversions. Leader, train, yes. Basic versions of everyone. Here we go, that dissembles some of the coalition. By no means all of it, but some. So no guy we long truce. Well, I probably just break him up with Chugtai and then eat the rest of what I need from him. Might as well. When else are we going to use it? So if you will break up with Chugtai, I'm willing to stop torturing you. I'm even going to deal with those rebels for you, because I'm just that generous. He has 5 units. 4 forts, but 5 units. It's so annoying that he rivaled me, because he would be so good against the Ottomans. It's almost tempting to find some way to go to war with him just to break, like, force remove rival. At least Uzbek doesn't know about the evils that I've done. War apps. I kind of do want the cash, just so that it's a long truce and he can't join the coalition anytime soon. Oh wow, there's nothing that belongs there. I was thinking of maybe releasing Circassia and then that would get rid of the bits that I need to take from him from here later, but nope. Could I get the Timurids to be friendly? That'll do. Come back home. Yes, but it's actually going inside of Kazan. Kind of, maybe. Maybe not, so that I get a holy war on this guy. Yeah, that seems okay. I do need to eat this, and otherwise he'll join the coalition. Poor Nagai. I just keep declaring on his friends. Then go get Shervin. I think I get Theodoro for free when I absorb Nogai. Yeah. When I absorb Crimea. The border friction CB, you say. Done. You're stupid enough to let me have a border friction CB on you. Can't have you joining the coalition either. Come on, finish, so that one guy can head over to here. Thank you. The other goes and clears up there. We get no guy out. Seriously? Fine, I'll siege your stuff. You should give it to me when I've got your capital. done. These guys head over to there. And then Shervin pieces out, and then we eat Crimea. Yes, I've successfully removed the potential coalition. I don't want to pillage you. Oh, come on. They did not get that back just before I get there. Boo! Boo hiss. Okay, and then this becomes Muscovy War once this is done. What month of next year is it? February. Well, it's the healthy color of functioning kidneys as opposed to blood color. No blood color, please. Now you start working on those. You there. We can eat this up, probably. Yes, good. You head there, because next month is Muscovy. That's this guy. I don't want to pillage. Ugh. But there's a shiny new pillage button. Then go there. Muscovy, sorry, but you gotta go. Actually, we can do it by reconquest. Might as well minimize my aggressive expansion. But Blobber, the pillage button. It leads to some really wonky stuff. Like, Ottomans will leave Kandar alive because every time they declare on them, they will, instead of piecing out to full annex them, piece out to pillage them. And it looks like Lithuania has miscalculated how many provinces I border him with. Rip him. Rip him. I need to go suck up to Austria a bit, it seems, though. And concentrate. Yeah, they've said they're fixing concentrate dev, though, and I believe that. Ryzan, that they're making it into a... It's only if you concentrate enough dev that it would... How much this click costs to do dev in Monarch points gets converted back into effective Monarch points, and it's only if you're absorbing a total amount of Monarch points that would be worth enough to raise the dev in your capital by 1 that the button actually does anything. And again, it wants me to pillage. No! Goodbye, Lithuania. Okay, now it's time for you to get annexed. So we throw money at you, we throw money at you, and we click the annex button. Very good. Sure. And that is something that I actually do to these things, maybe. Not really, we're not earning money anymore. These can actually just go away, you know? Same with you. Go fix that. Go fix that. Annex you. Can I get you to be friendly? Yes, excellent. Can we get you to be friendly and annexed? Yes. And then we just need this little bit, and then to convert everything, and then a little bit of Gizmaluke and the Ottomans. Although a little bit of the Ottomans is going to be a bit of an ask. New horsies. I don't need the innovativeness. I do need you to stop existing. Don't need more of that. Do need to offer you access. Do need to get Theodoro into the location where they can be annexing. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, even then it's still useful because it lets you lower the cost. Like, it turns everyone into a horde. It lets everyone effectively do raising. Hordes get the Monarch points. Yeah, but you also kind of get Monarch points because you don't have to pay as much to core everything. There's too much of this. But I'm already... There's none of it to export. I suppose I could give these bits away. But I don't think they're worth very much. Yeah, okay, it is actually worth doing that. Because it means I no longer have over 100%. Worth. Okay. That's a much sexier Kazan. Alright. How much was our loan? 600 ducats. How quickly are we earning money back? Reasonably quickly. When is our truce with you up? Oh, wow. 1 year. Well, across to there with you then. I'm gonna have to eat most of Gazikmaluk. Timurids don't owe me favors. Yet. Yet. November of next year is the month. Make Stettin a subject. Not really interested. Build a marketplace. Can do. Oof. Now, I don't need a lot, so I take this and then I take tons of money to try and keep him out of the coalition. Also to pay off my loan. Hmm. 200k. And I can get 150. And France brings in 100-ish. We might be able to get that to happen. Time to call back and be ready to declare. No, I don't think that's worth. Just Holy War. Or actually, both of you go there. Check how much it's going to cost to get what I need. It's honestly not that much. I could do it over 2 wars instead. And then I could do something really cheeky like yoink this, trigger the rebels. Yeah. Where's Erdmertia? Can I afford to yoink Erdmertia? I can. I should be able to peace out now in the way I wanted, which was for this, plus nothing, so that I can come back and get those. Well, no, let's assume that my little trick works. So we'll do that, and war reps. So one of you stays here, but the other two... something like that. Oh, I've accidentally turned those into Sunni Zealots. That's not what I want. Please turn back into his Zealots. No, I don't want Permian ones. Ugh. I wanted Kazani ones. There we go. I steal Simbursk. That was the correct one to steal. Now this will produce the right kind of rebels, right? Kazani separatists, yes. And then I trigger those, they make that defect to my guy. Maybe. Talented theologian. All day, every day. Doesn't that give... Yeah, it does, but... He's not rebellious. Because I reconquested so much land for him, he's actually really happy. And because I gave him those other bits, he's, yeah, pretty happy. I could give him that bit as well. God, so expensive. Train. Come over here and then train. And you can train. I'm only very slowly running out of points at the moment. Poland needs some more love. That's going to have to wait. I want the core to go first. One more month and then this is good. And then literally all we need is this. And these to integrate and convert. Right? No! I need part of Uzbek. Oh, come on. Boo! I need part of Uzbek. Okay, so I actually have to go kill you. And I might as well do it while your friend is dishonoring. Yeah, I need this bit, and that bit, and this bit. I don't actually need this bit, but it connects these two. And it looks like I'm going to have to colonize those. As someone was saying earlier, there are bits that are uncolonized, and in order for me to have a core on every province in the region, I will have to colonize them. basically just building up manpower and professionalism in a way that doesn't contribute to this problem. Whereas deving contributes to that problem. Wow. Well, I only want 3, so you shouldn't be too grumpy. Thank you. Okay. Trust everyone that I have as friends all the way down, so that they will join my war against the Ottomans. 81. 86. And then 91. And then 96. Okay, and then 100. Full maximum trust. What? Why are you suddenly grumpier? Well, whatever it is, I need to go improve with you. Please join your brothers protecting trade here. Train and train. Convert, 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 convert. Pope, you could give me some... I'm not that bothered about that. I'm surprised you're the deck, though. Okay, so how are we going to deal? I could just give up Poland, if that makes them happy. We'll see if they like that. I'm willing to do it. And 2 ducats. Done. Go away. Problem solved. Poland is a grumpy little shit. But that just means I can holy war him. Back to training, back to training. I need this guy to be ready to integrate. $50, $55. 60. 65. 70. 75. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I agree. But not in the sense that I will actually do anything. I suppose you could go help. Our overlord abandoned us. Have a whinge. You go fix that. And then that, if necessary. Kill off all the rebels is a okay mission. Ah, you're not allowed to do that if you haven't completed Divine. And you're not allowed to do this one. Unless you have more crown land than I do. I've got 21% crown land. What am I misreading about that? Nothing. So do I want unrest, enables parliament, or... No, I'll take that one. Re-raise. Re-suck up. It's also not all that long till we can declare the reconquest for that bit. Oi. Don't even think about it. Poor AQ. Subdivided between first the Mamluks, now the Ottomans, Emirati, a jam. No, I'll take the 616, thank you. Now, weren't we promised that we should be able to do this now? Yes, if we had more prestige. Well, we'll ask the Pope for some more prestige then. Could you hurry up and peace out? What month this year was the truce? December. No. Unacceptable. Peace them out. Thank you. One more month. Reconquest those, and we are done with everything except Gizmaluk and the Ottomans, and integrating there and that little bit there. Wait, you were just at war. You guarantee him. Well, this splits you up from the Ottomans, my friend. So you have made a foolish decision. I'm gonna break you up with the Ottomans. So very much. And that is possibly all that I want to do. Breaking him up with the Ottomans. I needed to do some sort of colonizing to get this. So the question is, do I do this kind? I probably do that kind. It's cheaper. Like, it doesn't need as many ideas to get happening. Yes, the European bits of Russia. Now, I need you to not be friends with the Ottomans. That is all. As for you, I need you to give these bits back to him. And cash, and war apps. Thank you. Muscovy can be alive? Oh, yeah, there was like 2 bits here that technically could have stayed Muscovy. We're not quite big enough to be Empire. Lithuania dares to give me the border friction CB again. We're going to find out how stupid that is. Good, he stops being friends with the Ottomans. And war reps. And transfer trade, done. Can I annex you yet? No. And then I come back for you while the Ottomans can't help you. And then lastly we have the Ottomans and that guy. Now you were stupid enough to give me my border friction CV. So you get to die. Who else do I need to love me? Obviously my friends. The Pope. In fact, the Pope could be speeding up our integrations this moment. That might be enough to get him out already. Why you make me carpet siege you when I got your capital, huh? Why you do this? Nobody wants to torture you. What? You said that you would, and then by the time I clicked no. Thank you. Confiscation of a reformed church. An abbot has confiscated a reformed church. His action was not sanctioned. And had we known his intentions, we would have persuaded the abbot to choose another building. This has upset the people in the affected province. Blah, 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 blah. Why won't these merge? Yeah, there we go. Not pillaging, but yes to money and war reps. No. Now. And your capital. Come on. Thank you. Goodbye. I do not want to pillage your capital. Otherwise, good. Come back here. Come back here. Goodbye, Lithuania. We are now Empire rank. The Monastic Federation. Most cost-effective people. We do still have... Well, actually, what's our this like now? Yeah, look at that. It's amazing what becoming Empire rank will do for you. Roll a whole bunch more generals. Sort by the most important stats. No, you all suck. Try again. No, you get to stay, because I do need some generals. Okay. I can probably afford to concentrate you a whole bunch. $20, $30, $30, $38, $45, and what about you? Oh yeah, we can concentrate the bejesus out of you. And that looks good. Could you please stop declaring wars and expecting me to help? You know what? It's time to say I'm not helping in your wars any... Well, I should do it at the end of this war. Sweden is finally declaring for their independence. That I will help with. But I can't? Huh. I can't. Because Saxony? Yeah, because Saxony. Which is exactly why they will have declared. Because they'll have calculated that I can't help while Saxony's busy in this war. This is all okay. It's time to scootage you so that we can be sure that you will integrate. And the war is over. Why? Why is the war over so quickly? Presumably because he won. Denmark does not like you enough. Fair enough. Send him a gift. Or just let him get beat up a bit. Yeah, we can let him get beaten. Well, Sweden doesn't hate me. It's not like Sweden would... No, but I want them to own Sweden. Yeah, no. Send them their stupid money. You're stupid. Enforce peace. None of this. One of you go get Stockholm. One of you get that. And one of you go get Vienna. When is our truce with Gazikmaluk up? Actually, it's kind of time to go do Gazikmaluk. Remind the Pope why he's supposed to love me. Remind you that you don't get to call me into any more wars. Get them off my capital. Now, how much of you do I actually need? I don't need those bits. I do need... that. And it might make sense to spit that bit out to whoever it belongs to. But I'm not spending the dip on that, so no. So I want that. War reps. Cash. Seems good. Come help me with Gazik Maluk, Bohemia. Thank you for being such a friend. Oh yes, we were meant to get this, and then declare that we want to never have to fight the natives. And then colonize that, and that. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, I'm not going to put up with that, Austria. Go away. Bullshit. Oh my god. No! Stockholm needs to be yours, Denmark. No, Poland... We gave up Poland to get rid of the coalition for eating all of this when we weren't yet Empire rank. Why is this suddenly more expensive? Why is this suddenly more expensive? Yeah, there we go. Good. I can live without some of the money. Not all of the money, but some of it. No, I don't want to upgrade it. I want to kill it. Thank you. And now it's just Great Britain. But Great Britain's never gonna do anything. Good, keeping you happy. Keeping you happy. Sweden agrees to stay his bitch. And now it's just this bit, right? Oh, and the other bit of colonizing that I need to do here. And I should go kill off the natives. Because otherwise I'll have to... Oh no. I was going to say I'll have to convert them, but nope. Fine. Remind you why you're supposed to be integrated. Trust, 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 trust. 75. 80. $85. 90. 95. One more is 100. Terrain. You come over to here. So France trusts me as much as it's possible for one nation to trust another. Is there any more concentrating of you that we could do at all? No, 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 no. Yes. Yes. It's kind of weird that Kazan is finishing almost as quickly as Ryazan did, but whatever. Now, we're going to want more stacks for defeating the Ottomans. And more manpower for that same task. I wish we could build those. Yep. Done. Oh, I want to click them so much. I want to click them so much. There's so much manpower each. I absolutely must connect my land, he says. And he's refriended the Ottomans. Of course he has. Okay, and then Ryazan disappears. We've got to convert those guys. Goodbye, Ryazan. Convert something to Catholic seems fine. Something that we're going to do anyway. I don't mind having one on my capital. That's just sensible. Go away. Yes, I accept. Sometimes we wonder why we even have allies. You're doing your third? Look, you should start submitting speed runs at that rate. And then conversion. Hey, in-game time is a fine kind of speedrun too. Both categories exist. Smush. And you go there. And you go there. Now, how much more land do I actually need? God damn it, I was just about to click the button for you. Very good. Hordes shouldn't count. They shouldn't. Hordes OP. Hand it all over to France. I don't really care. I remember the patch they introduced Hordes, and it was just so much fun playing as Timmy, and you just expanded in every direction infinitely. You no longer had to wait for Monarch points ever. You were constantly overflowing with Monarch points. You were constantly ahead of time. What do we need? We need to finish annexing Kazan Galgamus. We need to convert all of those from Sunni to the correct religion. And we need to eat these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 provinces. 1 from my subject. And 1, 2, 3, 4, it's like 6 from the Ottomans. Yep. Modern day Russia. The Europe bits of modern day Russia, and we're going to pretend that there's no political malarkey about this stuff. Historical Russia. If we throw some money at him, he will integrate. Done. You go fix that. What do you mean cities looted? What cities looted? Yeah, that's better. Oh, these cities. Well, we'll deal with that in a sec. That, and then these. Now, I should be able to annex you. Russia is still in the Caucasus. Yeah, but this bit counts as Russia here. And there's, well, there's things and stuff about whether it's Russian or Ukrainian. Okay. Who will join my war against you? Denmark says it's far away. Bohemia says you owe me money. Eh. Also, they like them. Timmy says they like them. How? You aren't allowed to like them. Yes, good. I can fix that. Here, reduce opinion, Ottomans. War exhaustion. Prepare for war. Even like that, it's not really a thing. I think I should generate a claim on something that I can, you know, hold as my war goal rather than declaring with holy war. I mean, you can culture shift as either of them. I don't think so, because you can instantly vassalize LO at the start date if you call in a friend. Well, maybe you could do the same to TO. It feels like it would be more hassle because TO has more forts to do it the other way. Oh? Yes, he is. Kazan's loyal. You lie. You lie, he's a happy Kazan. Nothing could make him happier. Besides, the bit that's going to last the longest isn't Kazan, it's this. God. Why did this... Yes, he's unrivaled me! And he hates the Ottomans. Do you want any of the Ottomans' land? Yes! I get this claim, I call in Spain as well, and we're done. Before I was, like, friends with Spain, and then the stupid Ottomans interrupted the war of Denmark face-planting into Great Britain that I was nominally involved in, and they made me break up with Spain because of it, after the Ottomans interfered. Curry those favours. I don't need more favours with you. Oh, you've got a truce till when? Five more years. I pressed the button that says you aren't meant to start any wars, you jerk. Ugh. It's fine, we have to wait that anyway for Spain to be willing to come and join here because of his truce. It won't take very long. And it means we'll get to get these conversions done. Train, train, in a second, train. I guess we should be using our extra diplomat merchant somewhere. Probably collecting from there. Collecting from here, dare I say. Trade goes from 14 to 19. Train you as well. Who got global trade? England. Hungary wants bits of the Ottomans too. It's not like dip points matter once I've integrated these guys. Poland wants the Polish bits back. Tough. I want a claim on a nice easy war goal. Now, if Denmark isn't going to join, I'm wondering why I keep Denmark as a friend. If I could have Hungary instead. Very good. Do not want. Do not want. I could build some forts? Really? I'd rather just have more army. Like, you want me to build a fort line here? Not really. There, we got a fort line. Now, never mention a forts ever again. Train. Train. Sorry, Denmark, but if you aren't going to join against the Ottomans, you aren't any use to me. And you say it's too far away, so yep. Hungary? What does it take to get you to befriend me? I'll do the ye old temporary de-ally, re-ally thing. Get some favors here. Oh. Well, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wise Muffin and Tarkus Arcus. Good, I like you getting beaten up by a jam. Can I offer them some condos? No, because of my truce. For a couple more years. 2 more years and your truce with them is up. And then you join my war, right? Right. So actually, if I click this button now, how long does the don't do any wars button last? Is it 12 months or 6? No, could you tell me what it does? Does this last 12 months or 6? I honestly forget because I only ever click it the exact month before I want it. Prepare for war should last 12 months. Oh my god. No! You dick! Timurids. I don't care. You're the more important one. Would have been nice to have Timmy too, but he keeps insisting on declaring wars because he's a militarist. So tough luck to him. Time to stop training. I pretend that I'm going to give Hungary land, but I don't. You're an idiot. Okay. Conquest of that. Go. Push out this guy as quickly as possible. Whew. See, look, the forts were almost on time. Oh no, they say. Oh no. That and that. Now, as for what I want and how much it costs. $34%. What's money for? Oh, poor Hungary. Poor Hungary. Okay. He does not win, despite the fact that it's mountainous terrain. We're going to have to barrage that back, which I try to avoid doing, as a general rule. Apparently he just really wants me to win this. Layer after layer of Ottoman troops ramming into us. You'd think we'd have gotten a 85%. Thank you. I need you to not be friends with the Ottomans. Sit on the other fort and he will cack himself. Done. Good. When did they get that back? No. And now they're inside my fort line. Tunis, are you sick of this yet? No. What about now? Thank you. Looks like my friends are choosing to not help. Great. Oh, wow, we're going to win that. Good for us. Go knock that back as quickly as you can. No! They got the siege instead of me. So I can't barrage. You guys, head to here, please. For some reason, France likes over there. Yeah, okay, you've won there. Good for you. We should swap our policy from this one to the extra morale one. You know what? Fine. Click the button. Generate more army. Damn it. I didn't quite hide them in time. Look, both of you go get the war gold. Good. Manpower, please. Money, please. Money, please. More conversions to do. Yeah, Defender of the Faith, why not? Some more morale. Wouldn't hurt. Okay. Double check that these are the bits I need. Yes. Once you give it, you can have peace. Come sit on Constantinople. See if that makes him freak his shit. Demands exceed war score. Seems unlikely. Why is French Columbia on low? Remember this number, 54. Type it in chat, someone, so that we can have a look if it changes across time. 54. I suspect he's got to be burning through it at a pretty quick rate. None of them are mercs. I hate that. Need a leader on there. That one will do. And now they're going to save Constantinople? Of course. And all because I was looking at that instead of this. Grumble, grumble, grumble. What I want is a button that is reinforce the stack next to you if it gets engaged. Okay. Yep. He's already tapped it. Give. No, they say. I think I need to buy a bunch of mercs here. Well, that worked well for us. As long as this falls before this. The next wave of conversions, but there are no next wave of conversions. All my friends are leaving. Good. And that, and that. Oh. No, go straight there. I'll go there. Give. Done. Okay. Core it, convert it, and we're done. Assuming that people don't coalition us for it. And you know that the Ottomans are going to want to. As long as the conversions... Yeah, there's no way that our truce would be shorter than it takes to core and convert it. So we should be fine. And let's go check out his professionalism number. Not you. 47. So what was he at before? He clicked it 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like he clicked it 1.5 times, which is an interesting amount to click it. Presumably he clicked it twice but gotten a positive event for it, is my assumption. Okay, now we want the conversions once they're done, the cores once they're done, the conversions that follow to be as quick as possible, so we cycle for this guy, which is already here. Either that or he hired some more generals. Yeah. Or maybe he hired a merc stack or two. We could look at that. Nah, 0 mercs, so it's not that. He clicked 10 times and then cheated. Sounds like the Ottomans. I'd believe it. Look at that. That is a solid Catholic. I really like the way that this war score cost stacks with the other war score costs in here. Plus, if you're in the previous age, you get the 25% from the age. And you just get, yeah, an absurd amount of war score cost versus other religions. World conquest next? No. 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 Good, these are finished. Double check that this zone is happy. Nope, there's one up there that we need to... Okay, so we want... We're probably going to abandon diplomatic to do... I can't believe this, but we're going to abandon diplomatic to take exploration to try and speed up our colony speed, because this needs to finish. And that means we need to go put a person there. We're going to go swap over to the build the colonies quicker type of thing. Slaughter the natives there. I thought we were done, but map reveal says, oh no, there's another province here now that you need. Now we also get a stab hit. Nah. And besides, we got saved up Pope points. We got Pope points for days. Hire a conquistador to explore Siberia. I mean, I can see that the province next door is dark blue. We're safe. We are very safe. Let's just get here, kill this, and we're done. Well, get here, kill this, finish the core, finish these conversions. Whew. Does it really need to finish? I think so, because it has to be a core. And it isn't a core of yours until it finishes. France wants you to be stupid. No. I'm not joining anyone's war under any circumstance. Is that clear? No offensive wars. No offensive wars. No offensive wars. Own and core all provinces in this region is one of the requirements, Galgamus. Nah, it's the same. They need to all be cores and all be converted. The whole Russia region plus Pontic Steppe region plus Ural region. And stay away from my capital. You jerks. Convert, 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 convert. Slaughter these natives. Done. We should even dip focus so we can try and get up to this sooner. Are there any of these that increase our colony speeds, maybe? Absolutely not. The sack of Vienna. Yeah, the rules, so... Yeah, so this is fine. 2_18. So, the way that real-time attack speedruns work, so trying to get the achievement done in as many real-time seconds, the timer shown at the bottom there, or as few real-time seconds as possible. The rules are such that you can't use Speed 5 because then it's largely just a test of who has the strongest computer. Admittedly, if you've got a very slow computer, then yes, your Speed 4 will be slower than other people's Speed 4, but otherwise, pretty much everyone's Speed 4 is about the same once you get above a certain minimum computer capacity. Whereas Speed 5 will just, if you have the world's best computer, it will go... So yes, to remove it merely being a test of who has the best computer, they make it no Speed 5 for the real-time attack ones. They don't care if you're doing it for the in-game time, so say you were trying to get this done by the earliest date possible, the in-game date, then you can use Speed 5 all you like. But yes, for the real-time attack rules, it's all about Speed 4. Why can't I send 2 colonists to the same location to colonize at double the speed? Which is actually something of an interesting question. Maybe they should make... Well, I suppose it already is in the form of a slider, isn't it? I was going to say, why don't they make it so that you can invest even more money to colonize even quicker? Do I have the settler? No, thank you. Yes, I always forget about this. So in here, there's something for settling quicker. Where are we? There we go. Settler chance and plus 10% or plus 10 per year speed. Which will probably save us about 6 months, something? Maybe 6 months. Could send one next to it for... it's already got the adjacency bonus. Like, it already is adjacent to a thing. It's not like it's not adjacent. Oh. Isn't that just uprising, like, absorption thing? Yeah, it's just assimilation and uprising rate. It isn't speed. So yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Unless I'm forgetting one of the other ones. I assume you meant that one. And then what do we pick for our next layer? Free policies, promoted cultures, or more missionaries? Even though we're done with our conversions. You forget how colonizing works, Galgamus? Don't worry. You know how colonizing works. Someone else builds a colony, and you take it. Right? That's how colonizing works. There are events, so we could get some pulse events. Yes. Oh, you think there might be some events if I have 2? Yeah, alright. We'll start a second one. It only costs us ducats, and ducats don't do anything for us now, so sure. You don't like colonizing that much. Atwix would be proud. It is fun to eat all Mexico in one chomp, yes. Uninstall the game to colonize? I felt like that a little bit for Vicky. I didn't understand how that colonizing worked with all the, like... There are degrees of how easy it is to colonize, indicated by a thermometer. Slaughter them. Okay, and then you can come back down here. These might as well be training while we wait. Doesn't hurt. Helps us look big and strong in case the Ottomans decide they want their land back. looks like Poland is having issues. Does it? He's certainly got some autonomy and some unrest. Peasant unrest. Autonomy decreased. Oh, so he's doing the whole... He has rebels. The rebels raise his autonomy. He fights them losers. They raise the autonomy. He relowers it and it triggers the rebels again. Loop, 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 loop. Okay, get ready to hit that stop button. Done. 6 hours, 37 minutes, and we're going to say 0 seconds. Everything, ours, everything, a core, everything, Catholic. GG! Okay.